It doesn't seem to be capturing my game. Oh, there we go.
I can see that.
Hello, people, and welcome back to Monster Hunter
And no
Stories
webcam.
2. Yes, no webcam. Because it is hot as hell here today. So I ain't wearing a shirt, and yeah, I might get booted off Twitch if there's a brunette with a chesty brunette on stream.
At least you might get a view.
Oh, that's mean.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. I'm Michael J. Mad, and we're continuing where we left off on last stream on Monster Hunter Stories 2.
Well, almost where we left off.
Well, story-wise, where we left off.
Oh, yeah.
Mike and I both have played a little bit off camera. We've run around the village here, talked to a bunch of people.
Got me a new knife.
Collected a bunch of missions. Looks like Mike's actually got a new weapon. I haven't gone that far yet.
It was worth it.
But yeah, definitely done a little bit of running around, stuff like that. So we'll look at possibly getting a new weapon at some point, maybe this stream. But we're going to kind of pick up and continue the story. Looks like we have roughly had to get through about half of the story before multiplayer hits, which is kind of sad, but since it's not multiplayer story, that kind of makes sense, I guess. Ish. As I say, ish. But anyway, shall we jump right into this?
I already have.
Something bizarre?
There was a big fuss about a huge monster showing up there. The village sent some riders to investigate, and
What did they find?
in the low light, they could just make out a monster with pale white whiskers and shimmering blue eyes.
White whiskers? And blue eyes?
The hulking, tanned creature was dancing around the den.
A tanned monster? Did it dancing around the den? What kind of monster was this? White whiskers, blue eyes, nice tan? That sounds just like Chief Gara.
Yeah, turns out that's what it was.
Huh? You've gotta be kidding me! How could they mistake him for a monster?
I know, right? Complete lack of respect. He just laughed it off. But the riders who'd hyped themselves up for a battle didn't find it so funny.
That dance must have been pretty peculiar to fool everyone like that.
Nobody had ever seen a human move like that before. He was more like a fanged beast. Whoops, now I'm starting to sound disrespectful. Anyway, how about we get going?
Here's hoping we don't run into any actual monsters.
Alright, let's see here. Actually, I think we're about to open up the second part of the island, ain't we?
I'm not sure.
I got a mission to kill a bunch of those damn bugs. I do have a few monsties, guys. We'll go over them a little bit later. But the only one that I've gotten so far that is not quest, kind of semi-quest related, is I have an Amtonoth. Ironically, that I got from over this way.
You have an Antonov?
No, you're thinking Anshanath. Amphonoft is the herbivore thing that you eat in the beginning.
Oh, no, yeah, I got a couple. I've had a couple of those. I've just been releasing those because they're really not worth it.
So I can't remember if these guys are what these guys are. But we're just gonna go power. They're technical fighters. Oh dear. So, Mike, what you've been playing? What, Empyrean last few days? A little bit on stream.
Well, I've been playing it pretty much the last week, but I messed up the save trying to edit a config, which was a bad idea.
I told you to leave configs alone.
Hey, look, I did everything right. My information was just a little out of date, so technically I did everything wrong. So yeah, as I said to the good people in the stream this morning, I've spent the past couple of days with cats and your help fixing said problem and getting back up and running. I'm now pretty much at the point where I was, a little bit further, because I've started construction of capital vessel, but
yeah,
obviously, you know, legitimate. We're currently huddled inside the side of a mountain.
I think the only one who has actually admin access on there is Cat.
It's me.
I don't remember if I put anybody else on there or not.
It's me. I added myself this morning. There's no one else in the admin file. Unless Cat Steam ID is 000A0AA0000.
You know better than to put Cat's information out there publicly.
Oh, well, shh. It kept respawning me in front of a cannon, which is like, oh yeah, this is a great gameplay.
I remember last time I played Empyrean, it had you could get into a death loop pretty easily.
You can, yeah.
With the respawn thing, which I mean is an okay game mechanic.
I mean, don't get me wrong, there was other places to spawn, but considering I was, one, in space, you know, right next to my ship, and the closest respawn place was like 8k away, and I'd have to do that in a jetpack. So I was like, how I know? It was a little bit crappy that I was constantly spawning me within very, very quick firing distance of a cannon.
Well, like I say, I remember it's always done that. It's not.
It has.
It's not something that I'd say is overly game breaking. It can be aggravating, but it just means that you have to play tastefully and.
Oh yeah, yeah. It was one of those things, similar thing to what happened the other day. Remember I was telling you a turret got a lucky shot, took out the fuel cells, and I went spinning out of control. A similar thing happened today. It took out the reactor, and I just kind of stopped dead in space.
Have they ever added in any kind of like physics-based destruction, like Space Engineers, or?
I don't know.
Are they still saying that that's not possible?
Well, they haven't said it's not possible. They just said it's a bad idea with the engine.
That's the one thing that the one thing Space Engineers has over Empyrean that I like.
Yeah, proper pressurization.
Yeah, well, the proper pressurization is nice too, but.
By the way, you can speed up your fight by if you press the menu button twice, it puts on three times speed.
Yeah. What are you doing there, my little friend? I want to try to do once we can. I want to try to do the Anshanath.
I haven't seen any Pookies in this area though, so there might be area 2. Which I would.
Well, no, I know that the Puke is a mission because we get another one of those. Whatchamacallit.
He's a strange animal, causing mischief.
Yeah. It's one of
Ironically,
those
that's how we
mission
came across the
things,
Pookie Pookie and the Anjanath in Once in the World, too.
and, once we take and investigate that, he's a technical fighter, so I need power
Warning.
and I need a hammer.
Anjanath!
Do you have any paintballs?
I think so.
Hit him with. Are you in a nest or?
I'm in an nest, yes.
You can try hitting him with a paintball, and then you might be able to get him to run back to the nest and be able to steal his egg there. But what you got to do is you got to get him weak before you hit him with a paintball.
Yeah, because it only lasts a couple of turns.
Yeah, I think it's 3 turns.
Ooh, she flash bombed him. It's a scripted encounter with the Anjanath.
Is it?
Yeah.
We got away. Don't worry. We should be safe.
Basket of bitter bugs, what was that thing? I was expecting a dancer, not some kind of raging nightmare!
Look, just calm down. I'll explain. That was an Anjanath. It's a fierce monster for sure, but it usually keeps its distance from humans. I have a feeling this is all connected somehow. We'd better head home and warn everyone.
Sounds like a plan! All this stress isn't good for—
Nabiru, wait. That's a dead end.
Hey, who's the navigator here? Huh? Buddy! Are you—
A treasure chest?
Looks like that shady Mealinx was telling the truth after all! Grab the bottle caps and let's get out of here!
Well, there's still a nest here, and, you know, while I'm here, right?
I don't remember what colors the Anjanath egg was.
Well, there was only one egg to grab, so... it's a pig egg by the look of it. I mean, Anjanath egg, I would assume that's probably like purple and yellow, maybe? Purple and blue?
Maybe.
They do seem to stick to their generic colouring. Ooh, thunderstorm! I didn't check the weather this morning, but I have no idea if this storm was actually forecasted or not.
Oh, you got a storm going on?
Mm-hmm. Small one by the sound of it. You can just hear it crackling away in the distance.
Yeah, it's supposed to storm today. I'm gonna look at it after we get done streaming. If not, I may end up going up and getting some stuff because I need to mow the yard because I've got a jungle in the backyard right now.
You need to put George on a rope and put the song on.
George isn't really. He's still a little bit too lazy for that.
No, come on. You know what song I want about, right? George of the Jungle theme tune.
Yeah, have you seen what's his name, Brendan Fraser recently?
No.
He well, let's just say he quit going to the gym after the movie.
Oh, really?
I don't want to deal with these I'm gonna have to deal with the pigs. Pigs, are they speed or what are they?
Power and sometimes technical. It depends
So
if
I
they're
need
pissed
to
off
hit
or
them
not.
with,
Hit 'em with speed.
speed.
The other riders are back.
Is the North
So you remember we were talking about the other day about elder dragons and such?
Please don't tell me there's an elder in this. I ain't
There are
riding it.
several, and we
Something
can
must have
we can
happened.
ride them.
Nice.
Is everything all right?
I'm assuming they're the smaller elders.
Kana,
So there was, what is it?
there's a monster running wild.
Frost Kings
In
and
North
Ogre
Kana
is one of
Forest.
them.
You guys look like you're in pain.
Nergigante, which
Sure you're
technically
okay?
isn't an elder, is a rare. You can get him.
We got on the wrong end of the monster's venom.
Venom?
And we ran into an Anjanath on the south side of the island. Anjanath? That's... you'd better go tell Chief Gara.
The
Wait a
village's
minute.
safety comes
They got on the
first.
wrong side of
If
some
it's
venom
outside
and
the
we
forest,
ran into an
we'll
Anjanath.
go deal with it.
Well, I bet the venom's the Pookie.
Be careful. It won't go down easy.
I know, but it could give us a clue about what's been
Oh,
going
the
on
weird
lately.
hitch. Something
With
definitely
the
just
bed and
loaded
Guardian
somewhere.
Ratha gone, we have to learn to protect ourselves now. Before we go, we'd better make sure we're prepared against poisoning. I recommend making a trip to the merchant and stop.
We can do this, Pot.
Oh dear. So make sure you're collecting all the chests that you find, because that's the only place that you can get the
Ball
call it, the charms. And I don't know if you found it yet, but there's an altar that you have to give.
Yes, you give them the
charms,
charms and
and you have to give it like 6,000 or some shit.
Jesus.
Yeah, you got to give
Language,
it
Max.
an absolute friggin' creep ton.
The creep tunnel.
What's up here? An
I
egg
wonder if
and a
there's any
nest protected by a
poison
pig.
resistant armor that I can get.
Welcome.
Yeah. Actually, I think Antonow armor is poison resistant.
That would make sense.
I don't know if you can buy it. You'll have to craft it more than likely. So you went into the Ever Cave down there and you fought what?
Pigs.
A Yang Kut and everything, and I'm getting a pig.
In the other cave? Nah, I fought pigs.
Did you get pig in there?
Yeah. I got some blue lizard boys down at the beginning of it. That may have even been outside, I'm not sure.
Well, where did you encounter the Amptonoth
Just wait for it.
or Anshanath?
Thank you.
Wait for it, buddy. You wait for it. More coffee. This will be one of the best coffees I've had in a while.
So I seen where the update for American Truck Sim and Euro Truck Sim is coming out, the Convoy update, which is the multiplayer update.
Yeah.
Have you read into that any? I know it said it's coming soon, but I don't know anything more than that.
All I've really seen on it, since you mentioned it to me, I did a little bit of research, but there isn't much to see. All I've seen on it is that the devs have said, hopefully, it'll just be a few days before the update comes out. Ooh, Golden Cage!
We probably need to
Jump on that. Yeah,
convert our saves back to stable branch then. Unless do you think it'll do it automatically? You think they'll do away with the 141 branch?
Well, I would assume so, yes. Because if 141's going live, then that branch should become the stable branch. Theoretically. Oh,
Yeah.
wow, now this feels lucky as all hell. Just walked into a golden nest, and there is nothing here at all. Like, monster-wise.
Yeah.
It reeks in its light. No, that is not the egg I want. And it stinks in its light. Still not the egg I want. Come on, give me something better. It reeks in its light. I'm just kind of hoping
Yeah, I get it.
my mama comes home.
Warning. 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 Big ass teeth. Where'd this guy come from? I don't know, since we're in his woods, probably the woods.
You think?
Can you imagine living in a world in the Monster Hunter world?
Imagine riding one of these fucking routes.
Okay, I need to take the pig out first, and I need to break his head. So let's grab a new bludgeoning weapon. Let's do speed on the pig. Ah, so that's how you switch it. Ow. I just got barbecued.
Cute cutscene. See the first use of a flash bombing that I've seen in this game. Flash bombs are Hunter's best friend.
Yeah.
And they really are, especially against them. Showdown.
Aw, it didn't let me fight him.
Ride. Kingship skill. This is terrible. I let him eat a nice snack, which he obviously loves by the look on his face, and I smack him upside the head and make him spit it out.
You smashed it!
No, all I can see is your ugly mug.
Yeah, all the eggs have gone. Time to go. For a golden cave, it was just as like, with the other ones.
Is there an egg here I want? Okay.
You can be a big pig too. Kind of want to watch Lion King. Hey, you got that on Plex?
Yeah, I've got all of them on there.
I have two.
And I'll be adding a new one tonight, but I'll tell you about that later.
For anyone wondering, yes, we do use the Plex service, but only for films that we actually own.
And I own a lot of films.
Yeah, me too.
I think I gotta fight, was it 10 of these cruddy bugs?
Ooh. Oh, the uppercut of Kuliaki with a sword. That's gotta hurt. playing this really makes me want to play Wild again.
Yeah, I was thinking about reinstalling World the other day because I really enjoy that game.
I mean, not to stream it, just to
There's
play
a-
it, you know?
Yeah, there's a lot that we haven't done in that.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I mean, we're only just through to, well, just after the Dead region, huh?
I think we're in the Coral Heights.
Yes. Yes, I believe we are.
I'm hoping that my cloud save is still there.
Hopefully.
I don't know. I was thinking about the other day. I was thinking I wouldn't mind playing it, and if I did stream it, it would be an off-stream type thing. You know, it wouldn't be something.
Yeah, no camera, no. Yeah.
Just something I'm streaming for
Yeah.
because I'm playing the game, kind of deal. You know. And then if somebody come along, then great. We're gonna explore around outside here, guys, before we go back into town, because golden nest our thing. Also, if you see one that looks like it's kind of like made out of like diamond or crystals, that is the rarest nest you will ever find. And there is, I don't know about in like the single player runs like this, but I know in the multiplayer runs that we can do, that's where once we hit rank 8, that's where we'll find elder dragons.
Alright.
I've been doing a little bit of reading about the game, but not much, just because I didn't want to spoil it for me. That makes sense.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
This camera's still garbage, by the way.
Yeah, so is mine, but mine turned on, so it doesn't matter.
No, I meant the camera controls ding dong.
Oh, and yes, they are. They're horrendous. I used to think the ones in Wild were bad.
They were tolerable.
Precisely.
Chief, I gotta go into one of these missions because the chief is wanting a herbivore egg. I think he's wanting some breakfast. Ooh, hey. How do you change your riding mount? Do you do that at the stables, or can you do that in the field?
Press Y, go to lead Monty, and then choose it.
Man, Jan.
Actually reminds me. Yeah. No, that's not a Pookie. But it's an ugly. Pretty sure you're technical.
My internet is struggling today.
One isn't your internet struggling.
Fair point.
Has it been raining recently?
It's been raining for like the last week.
So now we know why it's struggling. There's water in the box. I still say you need to just go out there with a drill bit and drill a hole in the bottom of that box so it can drain.
I've been watching it because where I can check with my modem and see. I've been waiting on it to throw some lost packets so I can screenshot it, and then I can take and go out there and tell them, you know, look, this is still doing this. I need somebody to come out and fix it, and I don't want the little Johnny Johnsons to come out to my friggin' house, and because they're not the ones that can fix it.
Yeah. I'm lucky with my... Well, I mean, I know I'm fiber, so it's slightly different, but...
I can't imagine what would happen if water got into a fiber line.
Probably nothing. That's the good thing about it. It's glass lined, the water ain't going to do much to it.
It's going to do more than you think.
I mean,
But theoretically, the glass line would be sealed better.
I mean, if it got into a fiber control box, maybe? But just into like a line housing, yeah, I would think it'd be fine.
Yeah.
I still need to do that test, see if I can plug straight into my modem instead of going through my router.
I mean, if your modem has a Cat5 coming out of it, you should be able to.
What about 8? There's the main one, and then there's other ones that you can pull off. Obviously, the main one's designed to go directly to a router.
I mean, I wouldn't know why you couldn't.
So,
That was cool.
yay! It's
I
flying!
really hope Gore Magala is a thing in here because I really want that will become like my main.
The amount of times you had to try and kill that thing with Logan, yeah, I can imagine. You killed me this many times, now you're my bitch.
I really wish that Gore Magala was part of Monster Hunter World just so you could experience that lovely.
No,
fight.
I'm good. I saw it in the movie. I'm good.
But they didn't fight it in the movie. They just kind of, hey.
I know, but still. They left that open really nicely for a second, though.
Yeah. Well, I've heard that they were talking about how they wanted to go about doing it. But the last I heard was that they wanted to kind of get the game's lore up to that point. Which ooh, he's asleep on the nest.
I found a nest.
But I don't know how they're gonna do it. If they're gonna tie it into the games like that, or if they're just gonna make the movie franchise its own thing.
Over here.
Okay.
All right, that is.
That's it, Puka. Puka's probably going to be a technical fighter.
Probably, I'd say, yeah.
Yeah. And you say it's...
Do I chance it? Do I do it?
You say it's West Paintballing?
I don't know if you can the first one. Did you encounter him out in the main world?
No.
I think that it's just an encounter. What you have to do is you have to, in order to do the thing, which I don't know if it's going to work in this version or not, is when you encounter him out in the main world, you will paintball him. You will go to his nest. You will take the egg, and then I'll have to look at it again. I think it's or you won't. You take the Pookie's egg, and then there's something about going back. You go back into that nest, and then you wait for like 10 minutes for the young to come, and then that's actually an Antonoff or Antonath.
Good to know. Oh, what the hell?
This nest is.
Glad it didn't do that in Wild.
The nest is full of eggs.
Skills, no, not skills. Item. Potion. Okay. Hey, Pookie does the tailspin in this too.
But yeah, there's the trick to it. There's a little bit of a trick to it. I'm just not sure if they've fixed that, because it was kind of a glitch.
Let's go.
Hmm.
This'll put you out of commission.
Yeah, that's Pookie could be a really nice mount.
Pookie would be a really good good one for critters that are... So eventually what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to have a team that has poison resistant and poison givers. So that way when you encounter something that is weak to poison, you're doing more damage to them. Right now, everything we've gotten isn't really...
The hell?
isn't much.
My controller's been weird. There we go. That was odd. Go for the tail! Go for the tail! Ooh!
Yeah, so on...
Well, Michael, chant
If you
with me.
get a choice,
Please,
if
please,
you get a choice to focus, make sure you're focusing on the tail on the Puke.
I did. His tail's gone. Well, theoretically. The Puke is stunned.
It's over.
I'm assuming that's the next mission after you go back to town with the Puke.
Yeah, after the one in the cave. Yeah.
Alright, I gotta fight. This should make, what, 9 of these that I've fought in? Fought in? That's not a word.
Fought. Oh, fought
Defeated.
with.
Defeated.
Defeated is a good one.
There we go. Defeating.
Ooh, Pookie be drooling. Yeah, come up and go into the gang. Pookie's really hard to push back. Item paintball. Why should I hit him with a paintball, head or body?
I don't think it matters as long as you hit him. But I don't know if that's the first encounter with it. I don't know that you can do anything.
Ineffective.
That'll work. Yeah.
Ride. Kinship.
Cool.
Head.
Let's go up here, guys, and see.
I just kind of like this monster. Kind of cool.
I think you got me.
Strong.
Yeah, the Pookie would be a really good all-round for everything we've encountered so far.
Yeah,
with the exception
agreed.
of the Anjanath, and the Anjanath would be amazing to have.
Yeah.
Let's see. I need something that has power. Monsty, come here. Switch Monsty.
This'll put you out of commission.
Did you see where Matthew McConaughey might potentially run for Texas governor?
He'd probably get it.
And from what I understand, it would be an improvement.
From what I understand, I'd be an improvement. But I don't know the first thing about it.
I don't know. I just thought it was funny because I seen that it was they were talking about that. And I'm like, really?
I mean,
You know,
California did pretty good with Schwarzenegger.
I mean, all he was a figurehead. I mean, which, to be fair, it's all most of
He was a
those
governor.
governors are anyway. Yeah, but I mean, it would be like, yes, he's the governor, but he probably doesn't actually have any power or say, because
I mean, like most,
just like the
most
presidency,
governors.
it doesn't matter who the president is. It's whoever's behind the president pulling the strings.
That's how it's supposed to
Kind of
be.
deal.
The power to the people, sir.
Yeah, but it's not the people; it's the power to the politicians. How about that?
Politicians are people too. You know, oh god, that's a terrible argument. Politicians are people too. It doesn't specify which people.
But I'm not going to get into political on the stream. But yeah, no,
No,
it's
could be interesting.
I've seen that and I'm like, I think it's entertaining because all of these actors are now threatening to run for X and X, and it's just like, one, as if I was making money well enough on my own, I would not want to put up with the BS of being a politician. Because that is really all it is. It's just a bunch of BS.
BS and signing a crap ton of papers all day. Get off his
Well, no,
job.
I mean it's literally nothing matters unless it's dependent on whoever has the most money, and that's
I agree.
how it all is.
It's very rare that it's not that.
God, this cave is huge. Wait, you can get swimming monsters? That's cool.
You didn't know? Yeah, swimming ones, flying ones, walking
Yeah, but I
ones.
can't fly, so...
Not yet.
Right,
I know for a fact from some of the things that I've seen people post that the Rathalos and Rathians, when they're first hatched, they aren't able to fly. But that implies that's only when they're first hatched. Yeah.
I'm still a little trying to figure out the whole, because in at least what I know of Monster Hunter lore, Rythian is the female of the Rathian species, and Rathalos
I told
is
in
the
this day and
male.
age, male, female, it don't mean anything. You should know.
I mean,
that. Considering,
when
I
it
mean,
comes to producing an egg, it does.
not really. The male seahorse lays its young.
Yes, but that's only after the female
No.
deposits its eggs.
Actually, that might be. I'm not sure on that one. On that one, I'd have to double check. But still, it wouldn't be the first.
He had to pick up a rock. That's why I don't like fighting these guys, because they always pick up a rock.
Fighting a chicken.
Yeah, an ugly chicken.
Speaking of that, I need to get my ugly chicken out. Because I think... Ah, never mind. Right, it's not the egg that I want.
Alright. Kulu Yaku, you're about to become a greasy spot. Excuse me.
I get an egg and a fight. I'm happy. Be careful, they spit fire.
I got a trap earlier, so I'm wondering if that's a thing. If you can trap live monsters.
Yeah, I picked up a trap too, round the coast.
No, I got mine from the Luna thing. You go up to the prayer pot and it has a weird like chance thing.
Good to know. Ooh.
I'm not sure. Do I fight? I don't really want to fight him.
Nice!
But I want to go that
I was
way.
broke a Cut's face. Also, the ugly chicken is a really good fighter.
Uh-huh.
A minute ago, he picked up a rock and chucked it at the enemy and knocked the living crap out of it.
Well, the rock is actually a pretty good defense for...
Well, that's what I mean. He used it as an
too.
offense as well, but I didn't know they could do that.
In the regular Monster Hunter games, they can, so...
Yeah, well, I forgot.
I'm gonna have to beat the pig.
You can be a big pig too. You know, we are gonna have to do that dance one day.
Well, you gonna dress and drag and do the hula?
No, you're the one who's gonna dress in drag. Runs in your jeans. I mean, if Jimmy looked good in a dress, you'll probably look good in a dress too.
We're gonna find out.
Alright, and we'll get Jimmy to do the Parsimon.
For those wondering, my dad years ago for Halloween dressed up as
It was Dolly on it.
a Dolly Parton wannabe, and it should phrase that my dad has a very full and very long beard at the time. So yeah, a pig was it's power that I need on the pig.
Yeah. The chicken does
Oh,
a
yeah.
rock launch. Pretty cool. I don't know. You know, I'm getting back into my sewing. Maybe I should make Jimmy a nice red dress. You think he'd get a kick out of it still?
He'd probably get a laugh out of it.
Think while he ain't looking, you can get his measurements. Can you imagine that shit? Oh, we got a package off Mike. Wonder what the hell this is. The big ass dress. Oh, what the hell is he trying to say?
Let's see. This ought to be interesting. It's, I think, the first time I've done the kinship on something that wasn't Ranmar.
What is it you're kinshipping on?
I'm on my Amptonoff at the moment.
I haven't seen the kinship on that. Should be interesting.
B rank. Damn, you rip.
I love seeing that pop up at the end of a fight, undefeated and head to head. Like, yeah. That's not bad. I was kind of half-assing that bit.
Can I not ride the crazy turkey?
I'm riding the crazy turkey.
Oh, I had an egg in my hands. Why? Never mind. Doi.
There are no monsters at this nest. This might be our chance. Say that now.
Dun, 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 dun. Let's run around here. We still haven't found a herbivore egg,
Pinky
which
and white.
I need to run into one of these
Pinky
nests up
and
here, I guess,
white.
and grab.
Oh. I don't want another pig egg.
I wonder how many. There's probably out there somewhere, but I wonder how many of the actual monsters are on here because.
Yeah, I'd like
you
to know
know,
that.
I mean, there's obviously going to be the ones that are somewhat famous. I think the one thing it shows for the water critter is a the just like the bog standard shark that you see pretty much in all of the.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of like a staple of the series, though.
But I mean, I'm curious, like if some of the more not necessarily rare but odd monsters will be on there. I know Barioth is one on here, which is actually a pretty cool critter to have. Barioth was the one that we encountered right before Diablos.
You know what I kind of want to be on here? What's the name of it? There's that bioluminescent white lizard thing. Begins with a T. Up in the treetops.
I know which one you're talking about. Kind of like a flying squirrel thing.
Yeah! I kind of want that to be on here.
I'm pretty sure he is on here. I just cannot think of what he's called at the moment.
Can I?
No, don't want that egg.
No. It's Toby somewhere, isn't it? I'll have a look.
Toby Kadashi? Maybe.
Yeah, Toby Kadashi. Is Toby Kadashi a girl? Yeah, I really want to.
Not that one either. I think I borked this one.
Yes!
Should have kept the green one.
I've just seen an image of the Toby with a saddle on it. For this game.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure that the Toby Kadashi is in it. I'm pretty sure I've seen it in it.
I want the Toby. I mean, the rest are annoying to fight, but boy, would it be fun to ride. I thought I'm a horny cheerleader.
Not even gonna go there. Yep, nope, not even go over there near that one with a 10-foot pole.
That's what she said. Unless you phrase it differently, not going near that one with the 10-foot pole. We at JMad Gaming like to keep our channel family friendly.
Fight some more of these bugs.
I have to go talk to the chief. I have to go talk to Uncle Ira.
You're making me want to watch friggin'.
I watched it all
Airbender.
last week, and I want to watch it again. You know how Airbender is, huh?
I wish Netflix would
Great.
hurry up and get their version of it out because what I've heard about it, they do it justice. But
Yeah. Hello, Uncle
what I've
Ira.
heard about it too is that they're not changing much. It's the
concerned. We ran
Hold
into an Anjanath and a Koke.
excuse me.
An Anjanath?
Ugh.
Yeah, It attacked us
They
right
haven't
out of
changed
the
it
blue.
much from it, and it's
I
the
don't know if
original
this is because of
writers
Guardian Ratha,
from
but strange
the first series.
Without
So I'm
Guardian
hoping.
Ratha's influence, the monsters may be
See?
having a hard time.
I thought so too.
And
We
it's
should
gone.
investigate.
I'm
the
hoping
Guardian-
that they expand the stories out of the storylines a little bit more for make season instead of season 1 being just book 1, have like a book 1 part 1 and part 2, and expand it out so where you're getting 2 seasons per book. I think that would be amazing.
Or even just making them proper length seasons. Because 13 episodes isn't enough.
Well, I mean, what was it? They were half an hour. So I mean, even if they did 13-hour-long episodes,
That would make it so much better. Although a story
But
per episode at half hour is still pretty good.
I still say that the way that they're doing it and things like that they need to kind of keep the same format, but I'd like to see some of the stories expanded upon. Like the what is it? The Kenshi Warriors.
Yeah, they're cool.
I'd like to see that storyline, and maybe even
That's gonna be one of my
Sokka's line on that.
that's gonna be one of my favorite moments in the series since season 1 when they first meet them, and Sokka's all pissed off because he got his ass kicked by a bunch of girls.
Mm-hmm.
To be fair, I'd be pretty pissed too, but I'd be pretty pissed if I got my ass kicked by anyone.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how I would change the Avatar series.
I don't think I would.
To make it, or what I would change in a new series that's kind of rebooting it. I want the reboot, but I don't know what I would do differently
Yeah,
to make it its own thing, other than expand the stories.
I mean, Guardian Ratha would. Oh, Damokal is blue twats. Oh, I forgot to. Damn it. Sorry, gotta go back to camp. I need to hatch my pig. I need a war pig to ride. I played the dwarf in a lot of games, man. But I have a war pig. Oh,
But no,
yeah.
I don't. Like I say, the only thing I can think of on the Avatar thing is I'd like to see expanded storylines. Potentially even, which I mean, you kind of have Zuko and Aang. Are kind of already carried out some. You kind of get quite a bit of Katara, and even friggin' Sokka. But I still think that there is some of those storylines that they could have expanded out, which would have been amazing.
True. I completely agree.
I was just trying to think, like, right now, an example. What episode would I have liked to have seen expanded further?
I would like to see, what is it? Some more story. Damn it! What is it? Was it the Order of the Lily or whatever it is?
Well, yeah, more of Iroh's story.
Well, not just
I mean, to be
Iroh,
fair,
man.
that could be an interesting series by itself. Is just General Iroh.
An interesting series could be, the 100 years between when Aang froze himself and,
The 100 years prior to him
To
being
Aang.
found in the.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, because basically the only thing that's going to be is just going to be a bunch of Fire Nation basically taking over everything. Because Fallon Birdie. I should have more than enough parts to make a decent weapon or two, hopefully. Nope,
Ooh.
I don't want that one. Aww. But yeah, I don't know. Kind of off subject on that one. Have you seen where they're talking about rebooting Aragon?
I've heard rumors, but nothing where it's got me excited. Because I'm still sour after what they did us in the first one.
Always wins.
Left it off on a hell of a cliffhanger.
Yeah, well, that's what I was gonna say. Is I don't necessarily know if I agree with a reboot. Although, to be fair, maybe if they did reboot it, which they would have to now because the characters are all
Yeah.
older and things like that, and it wouldn't.
It would carry
They
along now.
couldn't. They couldn't carry it very well like that. So, but I'm gonna go into this nest here, guys. See if I can get an egg for a herbivore. For the chief, but so saying that rebooting it is a good idea. Yeah, okay, maybe. I don't know necessarily how I would want to see that story develop more. Maybe if they explained a bit more about, maybe explained out the bond a little bit more or something like that.
Yeah, I would like to know how that works. You know, the fact that they will wait several lifetimes and just to find their rider before they hatch.
I think this is the egg I want, guys.
Can you imagine if it was that way in this? Sat there like 8 hours watching an egg. I mean, is it me?
Well, that's once we start trying to do the Puke glitch, it's literally a 10-minute wait.
Woo!
Essentially, it's 3 to 10 minutes for it, but God, you're like me. You got a bunch of eggs. Hold on before you hatch. If you've not done it already, one of the dark green ones with the horizontal wide circles, go up to the top of the hill and talk to the chief because he's wanting one of those, wanting a herbivore egg. And I'm pretty sure that those are herbivores.
Good to know.
He's up at the top of the hill, behind the stable.
Ooh, some nice weapons for bottle cap in here. And, I went to him very specifically because I remembered seeing a stable size increase for 5 cats.
Who was it? The Malinx?
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta go talk to him.
Is it Iroh's up at the top?
Yeah, up behind the stable. So interesting. If you had your pick of series, like completely funded and everything like that to be remade, what would you pick?
Stargate.
Why would you want to remake Stargate? Stargate was really good by itself.
I know, but then they stopped.
Yeah, but I mean,
Fantastic.
they more or less did everything they could with that without repeating themselves, and they weren't in the they didn't have the layout that Star Trek had.
Oh, true, but I mean, don't get me wrong, they messed up severely with Universe, but
Yeah, Universe was.
Even a couple of the actors even got together and said, "Look, we will fund another series." The Atlantis actor said, "Look, we will fund another season, another series, whatever. Just allow us to use it." allow, as long as you give us the rights, we'll do it.
Yeah.
And MGM told him to jump. You remember, at this time, Atlantis was still going on, and they were still getting amazing ratings and pulling in money.
If I was to be on the Stargate franchise, I'd like to have seen maybe Atlantis get expanded a little bit more, because I mean, they land Atlantis literally in the friggin' ocean by the San Francisco Bridge, and that's perfectly fine, you know.
Oh yeah, they cloaked it.
Not before they landed it, they didn't.
At that point.
Fantastic. Hey there.
I had enough head before Rex to do 2 egg quests for him.
Fantastic.
He hasn't given me my second one yet.
Yeah, I managed to get it right after doing the first one. Thank you for the tip on that. I hadn't thought to look up there for quests. How many eggs
You
do I
said the
have left?
Malinx had a
For me, he had a stable increase roll.
for the bottle caps.
Yeah. Some of the items. Aptonos.
Oh, stable blueprint. I completely overlooked it.
Kulayaku.
I mean, that's
Sentinel.
that's definitely worth it.
It really is. Bullbro! No Kulayaku. Pookie egg! I didn't know I had got a Pookie egg!
I gotta go hatch all my eggs, and I gotta go out.
And Pula.
Don't forget to stop at the caravan and save.
We'll do this as soon as it's finished.
Alright, so a fanged beast egg. So those 2 are pigs. That's gonna be another Yan. Wish you could release these to the wild that you don't want.
In the eggs?
I mean the hatched ones.
You can.
Can you?
Yeah. You click on them in the stable and release.
Ooh, that Yan's neat. Piggy!
There's something that I saw about combining the genes or something of different monsters, but I'm not sure how to do that yet.
I mean, I would think if you had 2 of the same,
Oh,
you could breed them, but
that's kind of what I was gonna go with, yeah.
kind of like you can min-max like you can with Pokemon. I would expect there to be some sort of something like that.
So,
Yeah, Kulu.
nice. So there's 5 slots in your party. I've now got a Yaku, a Cuckoo, a Ranma, a Bulldrum, and a Pookie. All in my party.
Didn't get much very good on that at all. Herbivore egg.
Hey!
Wonder what this is gonna be.
What does it look like?
It's not even a good one.
Mm.
Is it manage monsters? Yeah.
I gotta try out the Pookie. Does it run like a moron? He runs like a moron! Look at that big dirty face, Michael. Oh, I just ran myself into a fight. Whoops.
I think that's a rare peon, so you guys can be released. Remember, if I encounter you out there now, you're not allowed to attack me. I was kind enough to release you.
That'd be a bitch, wouldn't they? Come across one with a saddle, and it's like, oh shit. I just got a medal, Valiant Rider plaque.
Kinship always wins.
Oh, that's probably why. Rank S. Yeah, hell yeah! I've actually been getting quite a few S's. I'm happy.
Alright, Duke, I'm sorry, mate, but I probably should keep you, honestly. Actually, I think I'm going to keep Duke, and I'm going to get rid of this one.
You know when like you can't hear it raining, but you've got a window open and you can smell it raining.
Yeah.
I remember the first time that happened. I was like, "What's that smell?" Obviously, I was young as hell. I remember trying to explain that to someone before. Apparently, they just never really thought about it. I was like, how have you not smelled that? Doesn't smell like much in its light.
Alright, let's go see if we can get build a better weapon real quick before we talk to her. Yeah, so I used to be able to, you could smell, like, say, smell the rain coming.
I could smell it once it had been, but I can usually with about a 90% accuracy feel when it's gonna rain. My dad can
Well, I can
too.
definitely feel after you hit the 3-0, you can definitely feel when the rain's coming.
It's gonna rain. How do you know my back's killing me?
Oh, blimey.
No, it's something I've always been able to. My dad can, and apparently a few of his brothers can, and he thinks his dad could.
Look at the Benhabra armor when you go into the forge. Look at the Benhabra armor, the bug armor. It's great.
Is it? I shall have to have a look. Currently heading to the Guardian's Den on my Phuket. The Rainbow Tail.
Weak point. Alright, so that's fire defense boost. That is...
Yeah, I legitimately went looking for a pig because I was like, yeah, I want a pig. I want to change it up. And I was like, hell, wait a minute, I have a Phuket egg? Hell yeah, I'll use that.
That's weak against dragon. No, I'm weak against dragon. So this is weak against... What is that? Blight? Water? I mean, that is pretty strong against fire, which, considering I'm planning on going up against
Anjanath, probably a good idea.
Anjanath, that's probably a good one. So we're gonna... Oh, I don't have the special for it.
Well, I've seen a Pookie climb up a wall of vines. That's on I can't. I hate that, you know, a series that's stay consistent. A little bit fair.
Chicken decapitator.
You really? You got a chicken decapitator medal? If I remember rightly, Pookie should be pretty good against Anjanath.
Main sword. Well, what do we have for blunt? And then we need some sort of piercing.
You know, while you're riding your monster, press B.
Yeah, it pings.
Oh, mine doesn't ping, mine rolls.
Ranmar,
What the? Yeah, this Ranmar does jump a little. Makes them do their special ability. Ooh, I got some Lucky Charms. Big chicken. Okay, gonna take absolutely bleeding forever to get up to this monument. Damn it, left or right, Michael? What do you reckon?
right?
And if you're wrong, not like I'm gonna do anything. Is it? I mean, yeah, 96,000 miles.
Alright guys, we have upgraded a little bit.
Brings me back through whatever there. That's not where I want to be. Makes Pookie run a little bit faster though when he rolls. Doesn't seem like much, but... Ooh, another Pookie. Do I want to fight it? Means it's technically the wild, I guess. Yes. He said I've got to get it as low as I can without killing it and then paintball the crap out of it, right?
Yeah, so you gotta paintball it, and then you have 3 turns, and then if he doesn't run within those 3 turns, paintball, or 2 turns, I'd say, paintball him again, and then it'll open. He'll go back to a nest. Once you find his, nest, then you'll go in and take his egg. You'll leave the nest, and then you go right back into it, and then you'll stand there and wait for 10 minutes.
Uh-huh. The nests disappear once you leave them, though.
It just says go to a nest, so it may be you may be able to go to any nest.
Yeah, cleave the tail.
Nice.
Yeah, that's a Pookie. I was like, yep, going for the tail. I ain't no idiot.
Bye.
Ooh, I'm almost at full kinship for my Pookie.
This'll put you out of commission.
Hold on. Got a few paintballs still. Alright.
Ride my Pookie. Let's see what my kinship skill is. Venom Surprise. This should be interesting. I'm making it rain venom. Oh! Oh, that's kind of cute!
I have one.
The Pookie puts its tongue over you to make sure you don't get hit by the venom.
What kind of egg are we gonna get from this? No, I don't want another pig. Or I don't want a pig in general. Nope. I don't remember the blue with the pink spots. What was that?
Blue with pink spot?
Yeah, that's
might be the-
Velocidromes, ain't they?
I'm not sure on that one. It might be.
We'll find out. Humble bird wavering, huh?
Yeah, could be a Velocidrome.
Keep going.
Ah, damn it. She finished it off before it'd retreat. Oh no! No, it's retreating! Nice!
So yeah, so you should be able to follow it back to its nest, which its nest will be marked with like a, it'll have an area and then it should have like an egg on top of it.
Yeah, his nest is right next to me, it's correct.
And then you'll go in there, you take its egg and leave. Actually, hang on before you go in there, and I'll see if I can find the guide again for it.
I'm already in here.
Well, that's fine. I know you got to go in there. Just give me a second.
Oh, I'll give you a second.
We haven't been able to get into this one yet. Give me just a second, guys. Let me look this up for him.
For anyone who wants to possibly look at playing this game, I believe there is a demo available.
There is on Switch, but I don't know if there is on Steam.
Hmm. I will check after this nest invasion.
You have Guardian Ratha's Den unlocked, right?
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
technically.
Says this bug is a North Kamuna forest. The bug happens in North Kamuna forest right before the nest. Hold on, I'm trying to see if there's an actual written.
And collect stuff around the nest while I'm waiting on you.
Yeah, I'm reading.
Michael, hit it with a flash bomb. I'm ready.
Okay. Go to North Comuna Forest, head towards the nest location. This should be empty because the nest is part of the story mode quest dealing with the Puke Puke. Right before heading into the nest area, a Pookie spawns. You must fight this Pookie and get it to retreat. Follow this Pookie into the den and grab an egg. Leave this Pookie den. Head back towards the nest location. Navi will prompt you about the nest being ahead, and then wait 3 to 10 minutes. So this is apparently one of the more one of the static locations.
I mean, this could be it then.
Are you in the North
I'm
Comuna
not
Forest?
sure. We'll know soon.
Apparently, it does still work for the full game.
Nice.
All right, guys. So Mike is going to attempt it, and then as soon as I get caught up with him, I am going to attempt it. But it looks like it might actually still work for the full game, which would be nice to be able to get an ante that quick, providing it doesn't corrupt our save.
Wow.
Apparently, you can release it, so it might be worth making a backup of our save beforehand, maybe. Go to like a catavan and make like an extra save.
I'm trying to remember what the Pookie egg looks like.
I'm looking for certain mushrooms too, guys, because I've got a mission from somebody that needs some mushrooms. I don't know if y'all can see on the camera my dog here.
Who you got weird
She
today?
being ornery back here. Upper cam.
No, I've got a Pookie egg. Do you want me to send you this link that I've got? I don't think it's got all the eggs on, but it's got a few of the basic ones. Cuckoo, Velocidrone, Pookie, Cooler,
Yeah, put it
Buldrum.
on Discord.
Whatever. Also, the Anjanath egg, I like it. Discord. There you go. Figured it was a good list to have. So you said get the egg and then the moose.
Yeah, get the egg and then leave that den. And then they make it sound like you just re-enter the nest.
Well, it's gone.
But if you're not in the North Commune,
Like I said, I ain't sure. No, I'm in Guardian Rafa Woods. So it probably ain't gonna work.
no, but you can go to North Commune if you've got it open now. You should have it open. I like these layouts on here. It makes it, even though I'm pretty sure that there is some repeating here.
Oh, there is. It's definitely. I think what Star Citizen does with their caves. It is procedural to a point.
Yeah.
I mean, it's definitely that. I'm willing to say match about 3 times.
Hey, Puke.
And don't have Puke on me! Anjanath, by the way, cannot be paintballed. Well, it just doesn't retreat.
Do what now?
Anjanaths, they don't retreat.
Yeah, they do.
Not according to the list I was looking at.
That's how you get the egg.
Well,
They have a. They're harder to get to retreat, but they do retreat according to all of the videos talking about this.
no, not guess.
Puke, is he technical?
Believe so.
Alright. So we want to cleave on. I can't pick his tail. Dang it.
I want the tail. That's a big pig. Get my way around the big ass pig. I ain't funny. Pigs can do some serious damage. I ever tell you the story that I was told by the farmers at Bishop Burton when I was doing my animal courses there? About how pigs are basically nature's trash disposal.
They really are.
Well, they were telling me, I don't know if it's true or not, I mean, I suspect it probably is. A pig farmer murdered his wife and threw her into the sty to dispose of the body. The only reason he got convicted was because the detectives found her wedding band with a bit of the finger still in it.
Oh God.
That's all they found. They didn't find anything else. I mean, you gotta admit, that's kind of terrifying. I'm getting the crap out of another Poke right now.
If it's in the open world, the overworld, or before the nest.
I'm not sure. That's the problem.
Well, if you went in, have you gone into an actual nest area
Yeah, I've gone in.
or den?
Yeah, I went into a den and got the egg. Yeah. Also, this fight was had to miss.
Well, apparently it's something to do with the North Commune Forest. You've got to fight one up there, and maybe that is the North Commune Forest. Maybe that is the den.
It could be. I mean, I don't know. We'll see. If an Anjanath comes walking for all that, you know.
Well, no. So that's the thing with it. Once you go into the North Commune Forest and you go to the nest, you take the egg, or you make him retreat, and then you take the egg. Then you go back into the nest. You're supposed to wait 10 minutes for a Yan Kut Kut to show up, which is actually an Anjanath.
Okay then. That's kind of weird.
It's a glitch.
Still kind of weird. Cool at the same time though. Yay, Venom surprise! Yeah, if you're not watching, watch my stream if you're not in a fight.
Good going.
You see the way it protected me? Oh! Jackhammers.
Alright, let's see. Poke egg. Please be a poke egg.
Let's go.
A puka egg is green with beige spots.
Yeah.
Man, that's a good cheat sheet. Well, the cheat sheet isn't really, is it? It's identifier.
Alright, let's head back to the chief so we can get Ratha's den opened up. Get kind of caught up a little bit with Mike.
Yeah.
And then I need to also check my board and see how many of these quests I can turn in.
Cutscene! I'll wait after the cutscene for you to catch up.
These are sacred grounds. Your grandpa passed away, but his Rathalos came back. Besides Red, Guardian Ratha would never let anyone else ride him. I'm sure he's waiting for Red to come home. That's what Chief Gara always said.
But this red guy's not around anymore, right? So why?
The truth is,
Okay, this person here was the one that wanted me to kill all those Banabros.
remember that strange light when Guardian Ratha left? Something must have happened then. Otherwise, Guardian Ratha would never have abandoned the island. Okay,
Hey, Grugo.
let's take a look around.
Yeah, leave it to me. My nose knows there's something here.
Scout flies. A yellow scout fly. That can't be good.
Is it? Red! I can't believe my eyes.
Who are you?
I'm sorry to say, but this isn't Red.
Oh, of course. There's no way it could be. It's just, those eyes look like Red's.
Red was one of our leaders. This is his grandkid.
Huh?
Red passed away a long time ago.
I know. It's just I actually came to see Guardian Ratha. Red gave me something to bring back here.
Something from Red?
Whoa! Whoa! What was that?
Oh, whoa! Something's coming! Over there!
Oh, look at Antonov. Anjanath, sorry. Hey, ugly!
An Anjanath? And Guardian Ratha's den? Why is it acting so weird? What's going on?
This looks awfully bad, buddy!
Please, take this. It's Red's old kinship stone. You might be able to use it to calm that monster down.
Red's kinship stone. How come you have it?
Red, he wanted you to have it. Take it.
All right, let's go up to Garden. So, did you go talk to the chief and then go to the Wrath of Woods?
You have to talk to the
then-
chief because he basically gives you the key to unlock it.
You ready for
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Did you go to the woods after unlocking it?
Yeah, I ended up going back into the village to undo all my eggs, but yeah, back.
Okay, because I'm trying to figure out, like, make sure that I'm before I do my puke hunt thing.
I've got a new kinship stone.
Yeah, that's Guardian Ratha's kinship, or Red's kinship.
Yeah, it's
stone,
Red's old stone.
which means that you should have a Ratha egg here for long.
Hmm.
As the chick who had the Red's
Is the one who
thing
picked up
also had an
the
egg.
egg in the beginning, yeah. Let's see, Anjana. They...
I think Anjanaths are fire, so they should be weak to poison, theoretically.
They're not. Ineffective poison. I'll try fire.
Try fire, maybe?
Ooh, that's gotta hurt. I've pissed it off enough that it's going to start changing up its attacks. Ow. Kill. That one.
Let's see.
One monster.
Hang it. Come on now.
Oh, the Anjanath got its wings out. Well, I say wings. Spines out.
Enraged.
Just a little bit. And hopefully the high Velociprush will knock the edge off it.
Commission.
Although I don't think Crush is going to come into it. Yeah, fire does seem to affect it. I mean, it makes sense, it's covered in feathers. That's not good.
Let's see here.
Oh, now it's really pissed.
Hey, Jan.
This'll put you
We'll
out of
say
commission.
these maps are really well put together.
Yeah, I'm loving this.
Even
game.
if they are doing some sort of procedural. And another yawn.
Two
This
parts
area is
drop.
huge.
Yeah, tell me about it. I broke its body, or its back, however that is. Damn, how hard is this thing to kill? Go down, Andrew. Oh, it's drooling. It's drooling. Do I have any paintballs? No, I don't. Of course I don't.
I think that
With it
maybe
scripted,
story?
yeah, what is, yeah. With it being a scripted encounter, yeah. Even though it's nearly dead, it's drooling.
I mean, you can try it. Maybe it
I've
will.
got no paintballs.
But I think you're in Ratha's Woods, aren't you?
I am, yeah, but this is definitely story.
Yeah, so you don't need to be in Ratha's Woods.
Not for that, either.
God, this area is friggin' humongous.
Damn! With one attack, I did a good 80% of his nose.
Kane is excited. Hi, Puke.
What a heart-pounding battle!
What rank do you reckon I got?
A, probably.
Yeah. My Puke leveled up twice during that battle.
Jeez.
S. Rank S. Anjanath Nosebone, skill, Flame Sack, skill, and Blood Fangs. Yeah, I'm happy with that. That might be enough to make a Anjanath Blade.
We did it, buddy!
That was amazing. I wonder if it was thanks to that kinship stone.
Whoa! The kinship stone powered up! Seems like this one works differently than the ones I know. My old partner's kinship stone powered up after purifying the Black Blight.
The Black Blight. I've heard of that. There's no way it could have come back, right?
Right. Whatever's going on here, it's something totally different. It makes my fur stand on end. But this could be something even worse.
It's like Chief Gara said. Guardian Ratha leaving must have started all this.
I will say the cutscenes they've done
That's
are
probably
quite
why the
beautiful.
Anjanath lost control
At least
of
they're all
Sirius.
voice acted. So far.
You okay, buddy?
Don't stand in between its mouth.
Just as I thought. You really are like Red. My name's Enna. Your grandfather and I were friends long ago. He saved my life. It's something I want to show you. Follow me.
Huh? Wait up!
I think my character might be about to be laid by an elf. You're cute, hand. Mom!
So I've kind of skipped what you do. I'm fixing to do the same fight you just did without a Puke.
Have fun.
Because I haven't hatched mine yet.
That's a Rathalos egg, isn't it?
I hid it here so the hunters wouldn't be able to find it.
Smells nice and fresh. For sure a peppy little monster. But the scent is a little different from a regular Rathalos, though.
Guardian Ratha gave this to me before he left. He wanted me to take care of it. That's what it seemed like.
Wait, what?
These strange happenings aren't confined to this island alone. Rathalos are disappearing from their natural habitats. Nobody knows where they're going. Monsters that are usually docile are acting aggressive. There are reports of people being attacked.
That's terrible. So this is happening in other places too?
That's right. The whole world is getting hysterical, and that's why I'm traveling around to find what's causing this catastrophe.
What a mess. So when the ocean changed color and we saw that light, what was all that?
Well, I don't know yet. But I think Red knew something. He spoke about
That's
an
a lot
omen
of teeth.
disaster.
A disaster.
So you say he's weak to fire?
Chief Gara.
Seemed to be.
Alright, come here, Gian. So that means he's he's speed?
The hunters believe we're harboring a dangerous monster. They won't stop.
He uses a mix of everything, but he does use a lot of speed, yes.
If they see this egg, we're gonna be in trouble.
That egg.
We should go to Ruto Village. The hunters can't harm us there.
Ruto Village?
It's where I live. It's a Wyverian settlement. Humans aren't allowed in without permission. The hunters won't be able to follow us there. Come with me, please. I just know this Rathalos will help us once it hatches.
You want to come too?
Probably should switch over to piercing or blunt for this fight.
There is nothing to fear. It's a big world out there. But Rathalos will guide you.
He used a power there. That hurt.
I have an egg. Michael, get the frying pan and the butter. Scratch that. Get the car hood and the butter. Frying pan ain't gonna be big enough.
Buddy, I knew you'd come around.
But Chief Gara,
What do I
It's
want to
no
do?
mere
Let's
coincidence.
keep it technical, I
You
guess.
were given Red's kinship stone and now a Rathalos egg. This is destiny. In Ruto village, you can hear the legend of Ray's Wing Ratha.
Oh, now
the
he's
monster
mad.
with the wings of ruin.
the hunters were talking about
Let's
that,
switch to
right?
power.
Those with the power to bring ruin to the world?
So the legend goes. I have a feeling it has a connection to the peculiar occurrences of late.
All right. Leave the hunters to me. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't nervous. But it'll work out. I'm sure you've got what it takes to make it through this.
Oh, she's damn near
So out of
pushing
the-
off a cliff.
Right?
Oh, you're in a cutscene. I was gonna say, out of the character, the creatures that you know of in Monster Hunter, which one are you most looking forward to getting?
I told you. Toby.
Whatever you say, Chief.
You want a Toby, huh?
I want a Toby.
You have your grandpa's determined.
And then we're on the raft with two.
Take good care
Hey, I
of
got a
this
part
kinship
breaker.
stone. Go now. There's a boat at the bottom of the cliff you can use.
Putting the cat to good use.
Chief Gara! We'll see you again soon!
Thank you.
Let's switch to piercing. And we'll ride. Why not?
That ship. Hey, where are they going? Blast it. Tsukino,
I'm here.
I need you to tail them.
Mission accepted. Moon's blessing emerge.
Technical.
Yes, if
Snout.
when it comes to asking me if I want to save my progress, I'm not really to save progress. I can't save progress. I'm gonna medal friend of Kanya. Kanya? Don't know, Kanya?
You're wrong. You're just so wrong. We got all kinds of critical on that one. And there goes my Antonath. Hopefully, watch me get like a B rank or something.
After I got on S, God, you'd be so moved.
It's rank.
Nice.
Let's see.
Guys, when I was doing some button mashing training this morning, I
Cutscene.
well, you talk for a man, so fuck you. No, I'm kidding.
Hey, is everything okay, buddy? How's the egg holding up? Oh. It looks and smells nice and healthy. It's sure to become a Claudacious Rathalos. I can't wait to meet the little guy.
Yes.
Come on, guys.
neither
We're
can
letting
I.
the meat lay there and get cold. We need to take and carve it before it gets, to completely sours on us.
Hey, what's that?
The hell is that?
That is an amazing egg.
Who was that? And what does he want with Anna?
Mm-hmm. Save the crazy lady. Got it.
All right, now that we got this open, we're gonna try to do we're gonna make a double save as soon as we get through these cutscenes, and we're gonna try to do the glitch and see if we can get an ante.
Found ya! Don't worry, Anna. We're here to save you.
No, wait.
Huh?
It's okay.
That kinship stone. Red? No. Of course not.
This is one of Red's descendants. We met on Hakolo Island.
If you just told me you were going to Hakolo Island. I've been worried sick, Anna. I thought you had been kidnapped, or even worse.
Huh? What's going on? This guy's a friend of yours, Anna?
Yes, he's from Ruto as well.
My apologies for surprising you. I'm Alwyn. My duty is to keep our village secure.
Well, it looks to me like we might have gotten off on the wrong paw, huh? I'm Nathiru, and this is my buddy, a writer from Hakolo Island. Pleased to meet ya.
I'll show you to the village. This way.
Come, let's go.
Target spotted. The moon's blessing is with me.
That is a creepy assassin cat.
So the chief and the what you call the elf, I believe, are what's known as Wyverians.
Yeah.
Which I think's entertaining because the name of it is they're also in like Legend of Zelda. It's a Gerudo village in Zelda.
It's a nice looking village. And everyone thinks I'm red. Apart from that one just said hello human.
Grandfather, my apologies for worrying you, but
I spoke to Alwyn. What were you thinking, running off to Hakolo Island like that?
I had to keep my promise to Red. He wanted his old kinship stone taken there.
And you crossed the sea on your own, just for that?
Elder, Zellard, this is the rider from Hakolo Island.
Naviru and Best Buddy reporting for duty.
So you are Red's grandchild. I do see the resemblance, I suppose. We all owe your grandfather a great debt. If there is anything we can do for you, by all means ask. And where did you procure this?
Anytime you get on the water in any or any kind of sailing in any of the other games, is when you encounter your first Elder Dragon.
I had no choice. There are hunters after it. Please, let's keep the egg here, just until it hatches.
Elder, could this egg be?
Indeed. Descendant of Red, do you know of the rite of channeling? I see. So you have come here without having completed the rite. You are inexperienced as a rider, and have nowhere near the power held by your grandfather. You would not be capable of forming a bond with the monster.
So now we got samurai cats.
What?
What do you know of the
Yes, I will
wings of
save my
Ruin?
game.
Legend speaks of Razewing Ratha, a monster so powerful it can bring ruin to the world with every beat of its wings. Some even say it was such a monster that laid waste to the village that once stood on this site.
So you're saying that inside this egg...
We're gonna make a quick copy of this just so that way we
It
have
matches the description of
have
the egg
that.
in the legend.
But...
Hey, quit yanking my tail. You
All
don't
right.
seriously believe all
Where
that.
are we?
You can't just decide the monster's gonna be evil before it's even born.
I know, it doesn't exactly sound fair. However,
Should this Rathalos hatch and awaken to its destructive power, you will be... Are you prepared to take that
Because that
risk?
they're basing this off of multiple islands and things like that, there is so much potential for
It's a right of duty
DLC
to
and
protect
added
the
story
egg
on
they've been
later,
entrusted with,
which is
no matter
amazing.
what kind of egg it may be. As a start, let's see
Okay.
if the human youth has what it takes to participate in the rite of channel.
I confess, I am curious to see what the young...
Grandfather.
Don't sweat it, buddy. You can do this. Come on.
The rite of channeling, huh?
Rite of channeling.
Yeah. Apparently, according to the elder at this village, we're an inexperienced rider, and we have no chance in hell of ever being able to control the rapids.
Lovely.
Could the legend Grandfather
Ah!
spoke of really be true?
I don't know what this is, but I didn't want to fight it.
Don't worry, Anna. It'll all work out. More importantly, we need to focus on
I'm gonna
learning about
assume
the
that,
rite of
you're a
channeling.
technical.
Of course. The rite will help prove to everyone you have what
Ah,
it
it's a
takes to
Jiggy.
succeed.
Jaggy.
If
Jaggy, Jaggy.
I'm sure you can too.
Oh God, I wonder if they've got
Here, you can use this room while
oh
you're
what
here. It
what
Red's
was that
room
thing
years ago.
called?
Wow.
The big green
Right,
guy that
yes.
we fought a
Red
lot
was the first
in
human
World.
ever to visit.
Oh, right. Your Gramps talked about...
I'll tell you that story later.
Jagger X
Now,
or something like
please
that.
try to get some rest.
Hmm.
After that,
You know who I'm talking about, don't you? You'd eat, get big and bloated.
Yeah. You know about the one where it would eat, get big and bloated, and then grow spines and shoot them at you?
I don't think he shot spines.
Thinking there might
He's
have been-
technically he was technically one of the first like sub bosses that you fight in the game.
I'm not sure. Yeah, although it has been a while.
I got to give them props. These maps so far are absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah.
These are our stables. Feel free to use them as you please. Let me know if there's anything you need help with.
Hey, thanks. Say, where can a feline get some donuts around here?
Okay.
Nuts? What are those?
Oh, while we're here, we're gonna gather this stuff.
Don't kid around.
So,
This is important.
what do you think? Maybe reinstalling World and picking up where we left off
Delectable treat. They're sweet.
here in a day or
If
two.
you really don't know about donuts.
Second.
I said, what do you think? We're gonna reinstall Monster Hunter World and kind of just pick up and play it some more. We've never actually completely beaten
Sweet,
it.
round and fried in oil? It doesn't sound very healthy.
That's not. If you
Yeah,
really never
I
heard
agree.
of donuts, how come you don't go nuts?
I'm not sure what you mean.
No, don't you get it?
I'm sorry, I still don't.
Okay, I guess I should.
Oh, that was a joke?
My character's just as much as
Well, as
disappointed in his jokes as I am.
The Wyverians. Monster riding is all we've ever known. We only started exploring the outside world fairly recently. I guess we still have a lot to learn.
Sounds like you're all in the same boat. My buddy here.
It's your first journey away from home? That can really...
Ooh, that could be a fun monster to have.
Gotta talk to the elder. I don't suppose I can hatch his egg yet. Although I do have 2 Pookie eggs.
Yeah, I need to hatch my Puke. Puke!
Party!
Chicken thing.
Talk to the elder.
I love these trees.
I love this game.
I mean, they're kind of low poly,
A
but
wild
still,
Paulu
from a
appeared
distance,
in
they
the
look
forest a little
amazing.
while back. Some of our riders were injured.
A Paolumu? But those fluff balls are adorable.
True. Normally, they don't attack people at all.
Let me guess.
Indeed. This is the first. We'd like you to help investigate.
So soon? Is that...
This should be a good experience. And what's more, this is a good chance for them.
I agree with Zealot. If you plan to form a bond.
Well, when you put it that way.
Wait a moment, Elder. They don't have the necessary experience.
Hey!
Probably
whose
thundering.
side are you on?
You're just proving my point. That overconfidence could be your undoing. The safety of the village is my response.
Relax, Alwyn. I see where you are going.
Dakota.
Thank you, sir.
Every hand helps. Now that it's been decided, make your way to the forest.
Sheesh! Nonetheless, well...
Please be careful.
You stop it. Stop it, both of you. Alright. Come on, quit. Here, get up here. You quit. You quit.
You talking to one of the dogs or something again?
Bella.
Is that one of the dogs or something?
Stop it, Bella. Uh-oh. Somebody hit the wrong button on the keyboard.
What's Bella doing?
Guys, bear with me a minute. Dogs. Alright, you done? You ready to go back out now?
What's Bella messing at?
Coda come in here, so... Okay, let's see, where am I? I am here. Let's head this way. Yeah, you'd think with a village and everything, they'd have, you know, like a proper gate or something to keep things out.
Yeah, you don't need a good gate if you've got a good gun, right? And you gotta have a sign that says no trespassing, though. I mean, no sign, no rule. No rule to break.
Well, I mean, don't they also say that good fences make great
This area
neighbors?
has remained unchanged since ancient times.
Yeah, they do.
Live here, along with some rare species of insects. That said, a lot of them have been disappearing.
This is where I leave you. I'll see you at the Elder's house. Okay.
Here too?
I need to
Let's hope
speak
not.
with grandfather as well. Come by once you've looked
There
around
was
the
much
village.
more wildlife around here in Red's time, though.
Yeah, because, you know, people aren't going to be, you know, upset that a human that's not allowed in the village is here.
Everybody talks about him like he was a celebrity. What was he really like?
Let's go ahead and fix our
It's
saves
hard to
real
put into
quick.
words. I knew him almost his entire life. I have so many memories of him. Our village has long since been inhabited solely by Wyverians. Not everyone was happy about him being allowed to come and go as he pleased. However, he never let any of that bother him. He and Guardian Ratha just kept showing up again and again.
Alright, let's
He was
see
always
here.
So open and friendly.
There's
He
stuff
treated
over
me
here.
calmly. A
Hello.
perfect match for the King of the Skies. An incredible man.
Guess that runs in the family, huh, buddy?
Actually, the people seem to be kind of intrigued by me.
Since
That's
he was a kid.
great. I'm gonna be their pet.
How come you still look so young?
The way that Wyverians and humans age is a little different.
You're a
The
blacksmith.
way they age?
Yes,
Alright.
we live longer. and
You look
age
just like the
slower than
blacksmith in
humans.
my village. You just got pointy
Wow,
ears.
how about that? That makes me
Sorry.
wonder. How old do you think Anna is?
Different features.
She could be as old as an elder dragon.
When Red first arrived here, everyone said it was impossible for humans and Wyverians to be friends.
I do like that
Why would they think that?
it looks like
Because
the
we spend
monsties are a
such
bit
short
more
time
free
together.
roam in here.
Humans
Oh,
mature
hey, a
in what
Pomelo.
feels like the blink of an eye
A
for us.
Palamu, I think they're
Were
called.
you afraid
Something like
humans
that.
wouldn't want to be pals with you anymore once they grew up?
Weird inflating bat.
Yes, but we were wrong.
Oh, yeah, another thing you're on about.
Even though I can no longer meet Red anymore, I still consider him one of my
Let's go up here.
closest friends.
We'll look around
Therefore,
on all my
I'd never
time.
be able to forgive myself if I let you get hurt on my watch.
So that's why you insisted on coming with us.
Do you hear that? There's a monster nearby.
My whiskers didn't pick up any signals. You got better senses than me, huh? I'm impressed, Alwyn.
This is nothing. It's completely normal for us. Back in his day, Red trained his senses to an even higher level. The best I can do is pick up on distant sounds. But he could actually hear the voices of monsters.
The voices of monsters?
Come on. This way.
So Red was a monster whisperer. Starting to think Red might have just been nuts.
Nope.
The hell is that? Great junkies.
I'm also like a tenth the age of my grandfather when he was here, probably. I'm like 12.
They actually explain that. Like elves normally do in most laws.
Stay calm.
They live longer than us and age slower.
Well, no, they're talking about. They just said that you don't have near the power that your grandfather did, and I'm like, yeah, nah. I'm also not.
Dude, they also
I'm also a
explain
child.
that what's his face? Alwyn says that he knew Red most of his life.
Well, I'm still going through story, so.
Bye. I'm actually listening to the story. I'm still ahead of you.
Yeah, you're quite a bit ahead of me still, but.
Ooh. That was enough for my ass.
I'll cover you. Don't waver. Keep going.
Oh, that's bull. No, hell no. That's not fair. It called for reinforcements.
Okay, let's head over here to the house. Is there? I'm assuming there is a place I can hatch eggs here, isn't there?
Yeah, there's a stable.
You've improved.
How do I get down from here?
Impressive display of kinship.
I'm gonna guess I got maybe a B for that. Nah. What in the world is I'm following? Hmm.
So this is the first actual house that we've
No, we had a house in the other place.
did we?
Yep.
All right. Let's try to get through this story here. Then we'll see. We may go a little bit long today. I don't know. Apparently I gotta talk to everybody before I can use anything.
Ooh.
It sounds like us talking about bacon. Can I smack the little stupid cat now?
I've constantly wanted to smack that stupid little cat. Especially when he's making all those stupid ass jokes.
Neither do I. Don't feel bad, Alwyn. I think Wyverians in the original Monster, or right, let's call the original title of Monster Hunter. I think they're hunters. So it's kind of interesting to see this different side. I may be wrong on that because I don't know much of the history. Get some rest, but first I got an egg to hatch. What is this? At least you don't have to carry the egg around for like 4 days walking.
Oh.
Alright, that's a Velocidrome with not very special. Okay, yeah, he's actually kind of cute.
He is. What the hell? Like a bear sloth.
Let's see. I want to release him because he's not very good, and then I want to add. Alright, so I guess Ranmar is going to be coming off the team, sadly. And we're going to keep Duke on the team because Duke has better genes. A little bit. This is the team so far, guys, so if you're interested. I will be switching out certain ones. I'll be switching him out once I get a better power. Alright, let's go. Let's continue on. I guess you just continued on with the story in the village, right?
Yep.
Let's go continue the story on, and then we'll see how far we get.
He was hard to his feet. Yeesh, my festival rating lower than a B. Giant bear sloth thing.
Probably very tanky. So you know you can switch out your monsties during the fight, right?
Yeah.
And it's better. So like if you know that the thing that you're fighting is say like a Velocidrome, so he's going to be using speed a lot. It's better to switch out to something that is a technical, that's going to be primarily focused technical, because you can't actually control what your monster is doing. And that will help the fight go faster, and you would progress better.
There's a den I have said.
I'm getting the feeling right now that I should have done a whole lot of power leveling before continuing the story. Shut up, Navarro.
Navarro's not careful, there's gonna be a petition for kill the cat.
Wonder if I got enough stuff to make Anchi armor.
Maybe.
You're still rocking default armor, aren't you?
Yep.
Let's run over here real quick. Forge armor. That is... I need bugs that I don't have. Of course. Do you have anything worth buying? No. Everything I've got, what I've got on's better. Alright. Where am I going? I am going... pick up that mission at least.
We should retreat.
I just had my first defeat.
Get your get defeated.
I did, yeah. Now, why is that Smitty? Want me some armor?
I don't know if you'll have the bugs or not, but the Anshanath armor is pretty good. Otherwise, I'm using Yan Kutzu armor is what I've got on right now, and I had enough stuff to make that and the weapons.
Nice. Where is the smith in this village?
Just look for the smoke. He's on the. He's in the middle, underneath the. He's on the base level, around like the center pillar in the thing.
Oh, there he is.
Welcome.
All right, let's see. What is this thing? Gain some level while we're here. Slag tooth, huh? Slag tooth. You feel like a powerhouse to me.
Yeah, if I had the bugs, I could do the MG armor, but
Do you know? Did it say what bugs they are? Because
no, the red bug and a green bug.
We haven't encountered them yet. So, what do you think about Monster Hunter Rise? Have you looked into it much?
I haven't, no.
I'm really excited for it to come to PC. I thought about trying to get it for the Switch, but I didn't want to play it on the Switch and then be tired of it by the time the PC come out, because that's where I feel that we're gonna probably end up spending, since we're PC players. I gotta fight all this stuff so I can see what they are. You guys are small. I bet you're gonna be fast.
Thank you. Welcome.
I like Alwyn's Monsty. I cannot think of what it's called right now, but we fought them in World.
We did, yes.
Where am I? For you. Are you a Jiggy? Great Jiggy, yeah. I feel like they're gonna be fast, so technical. Yeah, we're gonna try that. So the great is a technical fighter. That's surprising.
Yeah.
And he hurts a lot.
Because I've just upgraded my chicken
he does
decapitator.
technical, and I need to do power.
Yes. So my chicken decapitator is now max level and my Pookie armor is level 2.
Yeah, I don't know that I would have wasted the resources to max it out, but
I didn't have the stuff I need to make a better weapon, but I had everything I needed to upgrade said weapon. My current weapon.
he called for backup, bastard.
Plus, gotta admit, I look good riding a Pookie, wearing Pookie armor.
And I'm about to do the kinship with my Puke.
Careful, it stings a little if you get it in your eyes.
Ooh, he switched to speed. Okay, that was interesting. I got a C rank in that fight. I did terrible. I haven't looked much into the Monster Hunter Rise. Been trying to stay away from content on it because I want to, be able to experience that. I'm still a little salty that they went that route instead of adding more to Monster Hunter World. Guys, we're headed this way.
I think World had a lot more to offer.
I think World could have offered a whole lot more if they'd have just continued with it instead of making a whole new franchise. I mean, people would have been willing to pay $30 to $40 a DLC just to add on to what they've already got. But the problem with that is, I guess, by starting a new game, they set you back to zero, in other words.
That's no surprise attack, I walked up to it. Ow. One hit wondered me.
Good. Keep pushing.
rest.
Yeesh.
But I gotta admit, the story is done really well on this so far, and the voice acting is not terrible.
I mean, considering, as with all the other Monster Hunters, it will have been translated from some kind of Asian. I'm not sure what language they primarily use, where they're from. Try not to be an ass. Like I said, not sure. Oh, it's one of those. It's the bat.
The Palamo, that's what I'm supposed to be looking for.
Yes, I found it. It's over here, Michael. It's over here.
What is that ugly thing? Kuropeko? DW? I'm not I probably could, but I don't... I have enough issues with my eyes as it is right now.
What?
Thank you for the follow, though. I do appreciate it.
What's the recommendation?
Yeah, it says, can you roll your eyes and make them look like all white like the Undertaker?
Interesting recommendation. Yeah, you probably could. Might find it might hard to see.
I mean, I'm trying to, you know... Let's see here. I didn't see what this guy was. Okay. He likes to dance. You want me to roll my eyes so I look like the Undertaker? I want to look like the Undertaker. Let's see. What about you, Mike? Can you look like the Undertaker?
No. No, I can't.
I can roll my eyes, but I don't think I can roll them to that extent.
Yeah, no. I could probably try, but I'd probably test them.
Do I have any weird or creepy talents?
I mean,
Weird or creepy talents.
kind of creepy being single as long as you are.
I mean, that definitely is weird, creepy.
I don't know if it's talent.
But I wouldn't necessarily call that a talent. Or if it is, it's not one that I'm proud of.
Pissing people off. That's a good talent.
Now we're another step. We couldn't have done it without you. You might even be better at
Yeah,
it.
so
A teacher, if you really
being able
want
to bend
become
the
a better
thumb to the
monster,
90 degrees, my cousin
you
can
learn
do
more
that.
monsters are much closer to
They
nature
back in the
than
day they used to call that being
That's
double jointed.
understanding what a monster is trying to
I
do.
don't know if that's what if they still call it that or
First,
not.
you must
Now,
There's no rush. Just keep him come. We need to report to the elder.
now you're talking.
Yeah, I used to be able to, but my hands have gotten so chunky these days I can't do it anymore. I used to be able to do just the tip of my fingers, bend them, but I haven't been able to do that in years. What about you, Mike? Weird or creepy talents?
Weird or creepy? Not particularly, no.
I mean, to be fair, we're kind of the wrong person to be asking about that. You need to be asking somebody that knows us.
Yeah, fair point.
You know.
I mean,
I honestly just sitting here thinking about it, thinking like, for you,
ruining
if, you
relationships.
get anything that I would consider weird or kind of creepy on that, and I really can't think of anything.
No, I mean, you're slightly double jointed at the knee, but that's about all I can think of.
Well, no, I have 30 degrees of hyperextension in the knees, which is not a good talent to have.
Oh, that guy's weird. And kind of creepy.
It can be very painful, that's for sure.
I bet. Yeah, I can't really think of anything.
Make your tongue look like a W. That's an impressive skill that somebody might be appreciative at some point in your life.
I know people that can do that. My sister used to be able to do that. I
do not have that kind of control over my facial expression.
I have a real good knack for ruining my own relationships.
You raise one eyebrow and make them move like a wave. No. I can raise one eyebrow, but I can't wave them.
I can clear a room in about 30 seconds. Does that count?
That's not something that you should be bragging about.
I mean, they asked for a weird talent. And that's not a talent, that's just good cooking.
I mean, if we're going that route, just me walking into the room's enough to clear it, so.
I don't know. Depends on the room.
Yeah, okay, I'll give you that one.
I mean, when you was at work, how often did the room suddenly empty when you entered it?
Whenever I told them to.
Fair point.
You kind of stepped on your own feet on that one.
No, I was thinking more contraband-wise. You walk into a room, they what the fuck? I'm like, time to go.
Is that a golden nest?
You're okay?
That is a golden nest. We're gonna go in here. We're gonna take a slight detour.
Golden.
I see you are back. How
It was just like you said. I don't know
Oh,
why,
hey, it's a Palamu.
but that Paolumu was going nuts. But don't worry.
I don't know if I'm ready to fight you just yet.
done. However,
If I have to, I will, but...
lack experience.
Well, jeez.
Hey, it's Yang Cuckoos, but they're blue.
Them all. No big deal, right, buddy?
Some of our villagers have been reporting an increase in monster attacks on the Harzgai Rocky Hill. We suspect it to be the work of a monster camouflaging itself among the rocks. And
Can you raise one eyebrow and make it look more...
so far, we've been unable to identify the creature.
Wave like the... no, I'm not physically fit enough to look anything like the Rock.
I'd like to accompany them on this quest as well.
Of course.
My preferred shape is round, not
He doesn't look like the rock, he looks like the air rock. Sorry, you said round, I had to. I mean, I'm not like I said that. You like a rock, I look like a pear. A ripe one.
what was it? A friend of mine was. Looks like there's no more. Yay! Friend of mine was being a snot and actually shaved off his roommate's eyebrows.
Oh,
So the
no.
person had a perpetual look of shock constantly. What egg is that? Pink stripes with tan stripes.
Pink and tan stripes. That's not on my cheat sheet, by the look of it.
They don't have pictures of the eggs?
They do. Oh no, wait a minute, it might be further down.
Let's see.
Pink and tan. Yeah, that's not on the cheat sheet. I'm assuming this cheat sheet only includes things that were in the demo, because it hasn't been updated in about a week.
Probably, yeah. I don't necessarily. It's a new egg to me, but I don't know that I want it.
I'd
so
take it.
I'm going to. I'm trying to get a rare egg. Ooh, yellow and green, and it's stinky.
Oh, that's good. Yellow and
And we'll take this egg.
green.
Yellow and green stripes.
It could
I
potentially
probably could have got
be
a.
a
I could
brute
have
tiger.
probably got a better one, but
And potentially a brute tiger, but without seeing it, I don't know.
Let's see. This guy he changed his stuff up. Let's go technical, and let's work on him. He's a technical right now. These guys hitting one hit and you're dead.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
I need help. I was trying to think. I don't actually know talent-wise. I mean, I'm pretty good at figuring things
Doing
out
your own
as
concept?
far as mechanical things, but
I'm pretty good at taking things apart. I mean, I don't know if I'd call it a talent. When I used to do it, my mother used to call me something else. I mean, down with a T.
did terrible in this fight.
Well, that wasn't what you called me.
Let's see here. Is it still raining there, Mike?
No, there's birds singing, so probably not.
The birds are chirping.
Yeah,
It's been a while. I came here with Red once.
You came here with Red?
Uh-oh, it's
It was
going
a
to
long time
rain.
ago. He and I had only just met.
Don't hold out on
Wow,
us. Give us
that
the
did a
deeds.
lot of
I wanna
damage.
hear about your grandpa too, right?
From a very young age, Red was quite popular with the villagers. They all wanted to spend time with him.
And I really should have done some power leveling before I come to this world. Probably do that. See if I can go back to the old world. And
Hey, wait up, Alwyn.
Stop following me.
do some power leveling after once we get off camera.
Come on, I just want Ouch! Huh? A monster!
Over here.
No, I am not playing with you, little ugly bird.
It disguised itself as a boulder.
That was close!
What are you doing?
Thank
It's
you,
wanting
Alan.
me.
Thank you?
Of course! You just saved my bacon.
Wanted me to go this way?
All I'd done was chase away a monster. An easy feat. I couldn't understand why he'd thank me.
Hey, it's only natural to thank someone for helping you, right?
All I did was chase away a monster.
Let's see. What do we got here?
You're a real funny one, aren't you, Alwyn?
Come on. We need to find where it's hiding.
Huh? Huh? Oh, oh.
Ooh, hey, another golden monster. Let's see what we can find in here, shall we, real quick? Starting to get hungry, so maybe another 20 minutes? 30 minutes-ish? Instead of like 4 hours?
Yeah.
That's...
This rock's kind of a weird shape, don't you think? Looks
Green with
inviting. Maybe
yellow
we should take a load off?
spots.
Wait. You shouldn't sit on that.
I'm pooped. Just a little break isn't gonna
Very
hurt.
good.
Check me out. Huh?
Another green and yellow stripe. We'll take this one. Why not?
Huh. I thought so.
Let's see what it is. We need to start figuring out what these are.
Looks like we found our monster. Okay, buddy, let's do it. Time to ride on.
Let's see. Looking for a Palomino. Apparently it's in this nest. Ooh, what is, oh, is that a, what is it,
Lazarus.
bat? That's not what I thought it was then.
Loves catnip.
Yeah, we're gonna start getting into, I think, ones that we're gonna have to start learning patterns to.
Yeah. I was afraid he was going to say that. He's made out of stone, so this kinship's still probably going to do nought to him.
Do what now?
And he's weak to blunt damage, so I'm thinking poison probably ain't going to do much. Ineffective, but it took 200 and something damage. Oh, he's fleeing.
I'm seeing several areas in these maps that could look like they could be broke, which means that we need a hard-headed monster.
Might be about to get one.
Well, I think like Baroth, maybe
Diablos?
Diablos.
It was in the game.
Oh, he's in the game, definitely in the game, because his armor's in the game.
No, in that case, yeah, he's probably in the game.
God, these areas are huge. Love
Yeah,
it.
they are. Oh, me too. I thought they were decently big on the first map. You know, Yield Tutorial Island. That one.
You know, if the Palamu didn't have that weird inflation trick, it would actually wouldn't be a bad looking monster.
Yeah, true.
You fought them. What are they?
Technical, I believe. Could be wrong.
So I need power. Yeah, good call on that.
Oh, he's made out of rock and he has poison. That's why the poison won't effective against him. He's a poison type.
Yeah, he's not what I thought he was. I was thinking Bezelbuff or something like that, I think it's called. Flying bomber.
I hate that. Yeah, I hated fighting that world.
Hey, once you got high enough level where you could actually keep him down, it wasn't too bad.
Oh yeah, that was the problem, keeping him down. Jesus is fleeing again.
I'm impressed.
If he's gonna flee, I mean...
Oh no, it's definitely scripted. Flee, find him, flee, find him.
Story then.
Yeah.
DW, you asked me if I could do the whole rock thing. What about you? Can you do the whole rock thing?
They don't have to prove it, that's the difference.
Excuse me.
Excuse myself. Skill, charge, tackle, power. Kill.
I think as long as he's in flight mode, he's speed, which means I need to try...
Flash bombs if you've got any will get him down.
Do what now, Mike?
Flash bombs are a good one to get him down.
I love that. If you have a an Amptonoth in your party, use him so that way you get the kinship on it, because his kinship skill is hilarious.
Unfortunately, I don't have one, but I'm gonna have to go back and get one at some point.
You did have one. I watched you hatch it.
I know, I got rid of it.
Alright, we got him down. I got an A rank on my Palu fight, so it's not terrible.
Ooh, I haven't seen this yet. It's gonna be a dual kingship.
You've not seen duels?
Oh, no, dual, but they're both flies this time, I think. I haven't seen a duel with Pookie either, so. So he's doing Rock Shield. Yeah, the buff flies. That was painful. That was painful. Oh, he's changed to power attacks now, has he?
I'll cover you. We should retreat.
So I got 2 of those. So the pink stripes with the tan line stripe, pink and tan stripes. I'd say it's probably going to be a Palamo.
Pink with tan stripes?
Pink and tan stripes. So 2 stripes. Pink stripes and tan stripes.
Yeah, possibly a Palamo. You want pink with black stripes, huh?
What's that?
You'll find out. But you definitely want it.
I will say the resources in this friggin' game is far better than they were in World.
Oh, no, the resources are pretty abundant in World. They're just fun.
Abundant, but not like they are in here. I mean, on here it's just like, ooh, take a step. Ooh, take a step.
Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy. Yeah, I mean, I suppose they are a little bit more available in this one.
Let's see.
Yeah, for a half second now, I honestly considered passing up on a gold 10.
I passed one earlier just so I could get caught up on story.
Damn near sacrilegious.
Yeah, almost.
I know what you are.
Let's go up here and hatch some eggs. So we can see what we got. Alright, so green and yellow stripes is a Royal Ludroth.
No, sweet clue what that is, but okay.
Kinda cool looking, actually.
Ooh.
His attack is that water? And I'd be willing to bet these are Palamoos. Oh, that one. Oh, and you're a good one, too.
Green with yellow wavy lines.
Like green and yellow lines, kind of wavy.
Yeah.
That is probably the Ludroth.
Hmm.
Let me see. Yeah, that one is a Ludroth.
Worth having?
It's crown. I would probably say about getting a if you can get a shiny egg out of it, I would try that. I don't know what it does. I've got one, so we'll see. We're gonna release you. A Royal Ludroth. He's cool looking. I'll give him that.
Oh, I got something shiny. It's stinky and light, but it's shining like a mother.
Language.
It's pink and dark pink.
I don't know.
Neither is the list.
Hopefully somebody will update the list unless you're feeling adventurous.
Not particularly.
We might be able to take and make our own list once we have when we're on off time, because when we actually do the co-op, which I think is unlocked now, by the way, we'll be able to collect a bunch of eggs quickly, and we'll be able to see what is what and take screenshots of it.
No, IGN has one. That might be a great Jagras, maybe, or an Idarom.
Pupper cam.
There's an egg that I do want. It's kind of like a tiger camo. No, not tiger camo, but kinda. But lime green and Captain Mike pink. And it's a ruby Bassaros. He was right, by the way. That was a Ludroth that I got rid of. So this is most likely that. Yeah, I'll go then. Kind of stinky and it's light. I'll do one more. Come on. Give me a normal one. Crap.
Let's see. Where am I going? Let's go over here. We can go over here and go down.
New list in mode.
Thank you.
And done. For anyone wanting to know, this fight, I will post that link in the stream chat. And I will also, for anyone watching this on YouTube, I will put it in the description of this video.
Save real quick. Try not to let me forget. I'll post it as well.
Also.
Well done. Keep going.
Fearless Pathbreaker symbol. Hell yeah!
I got that a while ago.
Impressive display of kinship.
I got only a C. I kicked the crap out of him. With finesse,
Yeah,
too.
this looks like a decent little. Be nice one of these days to be able to say, yeah, head over to one of our partners and.
Nice.
Alright.
I was actually watching a YouTuber years ago who royally took the absolute crap out of the whole sponsorship program and that. And like to the point where I don't think he's ever actually had a sponsor now. Like he used to really take it. I remember, I think it's been taken down now, but like it's held that channel. But I remember one particular one that I did frequently. Today we're sponsored by wiping your hole after using it. Although he went a little bit more explicit than that, but
yeah, I mean, back in the, I say back in the day, the whole being sponsored thing was kind of a, I'm not gonna say a fluke.
it was a taboo almost. People,
But it was kind of like, only people that were sponsored were huge YouTubers that had,
or people that pissed off the YouTube censors enough.
and such. So you didn't really see much in the way of sponsors and such. And now, I mean, if you've got 10,000 or more, you can typically get a sponsor. I think Squarespace does a lot of sponsors for small channels, which is nice.
Squarespace and who are the?
And then of course, you've made it when you get what is it?
League of Legends.
I was gonna say League of Legends, but it's not League of Legends. It's
Yeah, I know the one you're on about.
the mobile version of it.
Pretty much. I know the one you're on about. Now I was just thinking those earphones.
The Raycons.
Mm-hmm. Who is it? Is it Dre that does it? Where he literally like beats the crap out of them to show how durable they are? Or someone else? And he gets a pair of them and like takes a weed whacker to the case and like runs them over the lawnmower and stuff.
I don't know. I've not seen that.
To prove how durable these are. Ooh. Yeah, it might not be Dre, it might be someone else. But someone did that. It was one of those, yeah.
What is it?
where they had took the Raycons and like beat the crap out of them. They've gone at them with weed whackers, hammers, axes.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot more punishment than the user would expect. I hope. I would hope for serious problem.
Looks like kind of like a winged Baroth almost.
And what, the one that I was fighting a minute ago? Yeah, kind of.
That's what I'm going up against.
Yeah, Sam. I just found him again. Hey, buddy. Ooh, a back attack. Oh, I fear my controllers on as well. Why is it when I start getting my money somewhat sorted out, everything starts to break?
That's typical.
Mouse died on me, controllers dying on me. What's next? Oh, no, the chair's already on its way out.
And the thing with it is, when it comes to the controllers, I genuinely recommend going friggin' actual branded, because the little cheap ones don't.
Oh, this is an
$15 on them and they
actual
last
branded
2
one,
weeks.
but it's an old 360 wired controller. I mean, it still works.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm gonna get a proper current gen Xbox one.
Well, I've got mine's a 1S controller.
Yeah, because it could use
It's Bluetooth. It
generic
has
Bluetooth.
the Bluetooth and everything, and it's great.
Well, technically, my Xbox One controller can be used, but the port on it's fucked. So it can't be used. But it's an
Why
original
are
Xbox One.
you above, out, not in hell?
Huh? Because I like it where it's called.
No, there was a monster I was just encountered that the last time I seen was in World.
The dog?
So Rock Monster, what is he, a technical? Primarily?
Yes, sir. He likes his technical.
Let's switch out to Hammer. And Monsty, let's see, what are we? So I need power. Bazaros.
And now his head's glowing. I'm using a lot of power. Actually, if I remember rightly, he's changed speed now. No, he's changed to
When
power.
he starts flying, he goes to speed.
He isn't flying. His head glows red. I believe that's when he's changed to power. I'm about to find out.
Okay.
Yeah, he's changed to power. So you'll get him down to a point where his head will glow red. He'll do a defensive move, and then he'll turn to power.
Okay.
Taste the chill of icy fangs.
Now we've got his wings. He ain't flying nowhere.
Okay, so I got S rank on that one. He's fleeing. I want to fight you guys, but not right now.
Do I have anything that could give me the heart I'm missing?
This area, this island, is so much bigger than the first island, which makes me wonder if it was, you know, it's just typical of a just like a tutorial.
Could be.
Honesty, I need to switch you out while I'm working with this. Weapon.
Oh, there comes the gas.
Yeah, if you don't have a Amptonoth, you need to go get one because it's nice having a power player on your team.
Oh. Already doing rock shield. Oh, thank God. He was hard to kill. What's my overall score for him? A B. I'm kind of embarrassed by that, but but he did. I'm good. Kind of disappointed that there's no nest around here for that guy.
A what?
Nest. I was kind of hoping, you know, after I killed him, that would be a nest so I could nick an egg.
Oh God.
I mean, there is a den. Could take a look.
Hey, he's running away again.
You'll know when he's calm because they'll start beating your ass like a drum. It's quite a rhythm, actually.
That's a Palamu, the tan and pink stripes.
Yes, it is. Blue and pink, huh? I'll take it.
What do I want to take and deal? I want his tail.
And there's another den here. Gotta go in. Yeah, I'll have to make make a cheat sheet first to have up what I go on IGN and get a itty screen grab of all the eggs and names. Put them together.
I wouldn't mind having like a picture of the egg and then the picture of the monster beside the egg,
And the
because knowing it that way would be so much better.
And the name, you know. Okay, that's probably gonna be power. Yeah.
So I need to switch to that. Can we cleave the tail? Cleave, 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 cleave! I didn't want to do that.
Yeah! What treating? Let's follow this damn thing. I'm going into a den inside a den.
Okay then.
Denception. Most because I actually kind of want one of these. When they actually managed to land a hit, they did a lot of damage. Bubbly. A pecker. I believe that's what I was going after.
Oh, he does not like me.
Yeah, back into the den that I was actually searching.
Alright, so now his head is red. I need to switch to...
You could, I would recommend doing a special attack while it's red. Well,
so what, skill?
Yeah.
And he's doing speed, so I need technical.
Fast. Oh, yeah, he's doing speed, so yeah, you need technical. No, he's doing power. So you need speed. Oh. Yeah, he'll do a shielding technique. I think it's called rock shield or body rock or something like that. Yeah, now we know it's very much possible to have a den inside a den. Monsters subletting. Ride the caravan to Mahaha village. No. Roto village. We don't appreciate how they just literally just throw me off when we get here. A bit of warning, I'll step off the damn cart. Yeah, I'm not taking up residency, don't worry. Let's hatch me eggs.
Oh, he just gassed me.
Mmm. Oh, that's my Paluma. You got the gassy back. Gassy back. You'll be going, mate. Sorry. This is one that I want sure of. So it's purple and red. That's a great dragon. This one should be a Allosaurus.
So he's no longer doing power. He's doing technical, so I need to switch back to power. He's drooling. Alright, so he's going red again.
Elder, Zealot.
And the monster?
It was a Besario.
You're sure?
Without a doubt.
So, you ready to admit how...
I may have been there to support them, but they fulfilled their duty as riders admirably.
Okay.
I trust Alwyn's judgment.
Then it would seem that...
The rite of channeling is a secret ritual that helps draw out a monster.
Damn, I got S rank on that fight.
Combining the power of two monsters, you can awaken your monster's ability.
Okay, so the rite of channeling is the gene combining thing.
better if you try it for yourself.
Oh,
Come
sweet.
to the stables.
Combining monsters' abilities to unlock abilities. That's good to know. Nice. Been told to go to the stables. And you can awaken new skills by transferring genes. It's time to learn it. I want a monster that's going to inherit. I have my Pookie inherit.
Did I get any eggs in that run? No, I should have brought some eggs, but you know.
Simple enough.
Mastering the rite of channeling is an important milestone for any rider.
This is gonna open. You'll be able to go to New. I can't wait to.
Zellert, sir.
Huh?
What? It's about the previous matter, sir.
You again.
I'm no coward, sir. Really, I'm not. I know I need to go search for it, but I'll go if I have to, but...
Hey, what are you...
My daughter lost a special stone in Alcala Cave a while back. She asked me to go, but there's a Jan Garuga in that cave. What am I supposed to do against her?
Is that really all you're scared of?
So this is going to be... Do they have to be the
Also,
same
idea of
monsters?
failing my daughter. How could I ever look
No.
at
Style monsters?
If anything, that thought is even more scary.
I see. Well, there's no need to fret, Miss.
Right.
That should free you up to find the stone and get out safe, right?
Wow.
Sheesh. Here, what do you say we get this show on the...
Jan Garuga are awfully fierce. You should...
Choose one monster to pass its genes on to another.
Basically, sacrificial monster.
Holy crap, you got a lot of genes. So is it just one gene, or does it pass all of them?
Just one. Basically, you choose which one you want to channel. It
Alright, so
replaces a
picking
slot
out-
on the one that you're channeling to. The hell is that?
Honestly, that would probably be my best bet then, would be to do this one. I need... I want to do my Pookie.
Oh, that's what nest search is. So, like with the Pookie, I press B, it roars, it intimidates monsters. With the Great Jaggy, if I press B, it would detect dens and eggs and mark them on the map. That's pretty freaking cool.
Okay, I see how it's being done. I can't back up. Damn it!
You can also use it to upgrade their genes as well. So I'm putting a Blast Dampener on a Blast Dampener. Upgrade it to Blast Dampener 2.
God, you'd be able to min-max friggin' monsters like crazy.
Mm-hmm. You can't channel from Renmar though, because technically it's not actually ours.
Alright, Rite of Channeling. Let's go play with this for a second. I think I'm pretty much caught up with you in story, so we probably need to think about wrapping.
Mm.
Alright, so I want my Puke to get the right. And we're going to take it from... I'll take it from Palo. So that's a strength. So, I mean, it technically would pay to go get, 4 or 5 Pukes and then just, like, build, like, a super Puke.
Yeah, probably would, yeah. Party. What's that? I want the Puke.
Let me run over here real quick.
That's probably what I'll do after we finish. I'll probably go back to the first island, but into the later stage area, and just capture a lot of Pookies.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Once we wrap up here and things like that,
we're going on a Pookie hunt.
Figure out what my dinner's going to be. But then, yeah, definitely I'm thinking about going and trying to do the Anjanath trick.
And then all else fails, just catch a crap
and
ton of Pookies.
Maybe catch, like, say, a bunch of Pookies and maybe get some Velocidromes to make our Duke a little bit better, but yeah, I think we should wrap up here.
We probably should, yes. We have been going just over 8 hours, just over 4 hours.
Yeah, whole 8 hours. We've been doing a little over 4 hours, guys. Thank you all so much for coming out and joining us. Thanks to the new followers, DW,
very nice.
joining us in chat. So thank you so much for that. Our next stream, I'm not sure when it'll be because we're kind of schedule is kind of off kilter right now.
My next stream will be probably tomorrow with Imperium.
Tomorrow morning.
Yes, obviously you're more than welcome to join me. You don't have to stream yourself.
But yeah, so he's gonna be streaming tomorrow. So if you're not following Mike, head over to CPT_Mike. Follow him. He'll be streaming in the morning.
Is it underscore?
That's what it looks like.
Fair enough. You're the one,
Twitch TV.
You're the one with my link.
Twitch TV /CPT_Mike. Yep. But head over there, like that. Say hi to him. Follow him. He'll be playing Empyrean in the morning. And we're gonna fiddle around. We're not gonna do any more story in here, but we're gonna do some leveling, and we're going to do see about doing some power leveling and stuff like that. See if we can figure out the right of channeling a little bit more. See if we can collect some more monsties to kind of better build our team for what we're what we want to accomplish. So far, we still haven't unlocked co-op yet, which is kind of sad. I was hoping that we'd unlock that pretty early on. Yeah. Any case, anything you want to add, Mike? Absolutely loving this game so far.
Loving it so far.
All right, guys. I've been Michael J. Man,
and I've been Captain Man.
And we will catch all of you all
reminds me of something that
happened
next time. I will say I'm sorry, people. Apparently I've started a cutscene. So I will let this run, and then I'll end.
Look, a feline. Aww, isn't it the cutest? Alwyn, come check this out. What's the matter? You're not afraid of felines, are you?
Of course not. It's just
meet you down in the lounge when you get
We're
done.
in trouble. This is a monster's den.
Apparently this might be a story fight. Whoops.
The feline's in danger. Hey, if you're itching for a fight, I'll take you on. Ouch. That stings. But I'm glad you didn't get hurt.
Why would you put yourself at risk like that?
Risk? Well, I didn't really think about anything, to be honest. This feline was in danger, and I did what felt natural.
Weren't you scared?
Of course not. It was just a monster.
Just a monster?
They can get pretty fierce when it comes to defending their territory. But they don't go around attacking for no reason. But come to think of it, that was the first time I took on a monster all by myself!
Red, what am I going to do with you?
Wow! So even Red didn't realize how strong he was getting sometimes.
Humans develop so fast. But enough talk. We need to keep our wits about us.
Right! Come on, buddy, let's go! See you later, kitty!